Hello, and welcome to Understand. Fun game, still playing it. I would rather sit here for a bit before I started speaking, but it's quiet. Hello! I wish this had background audio at this point, but how are you? I suppose I should go back to it at some point, but I'm just gonna keep moving forward. Yeah. No more easy. The funny face. Interesting. Base there. Yeah, it seems like there's things that can be interpreted. It's like, okay, I need to get all the squares. That part's simple. Yeah, it's something to do, I think, with wherever the dashes are pointing can't be selected. Except that doesn't work here if the dash is pointing down. So it's like a very specific. So actually, rule 2 has something to do with 2 and 3. Anywhere I click satisfies rule 2 and 3. That doesn't. That shape does. Rule 2 is not interacting with the dashes. Okay, so it is just making the desired shapes. Interesting. It's fine here. There's some sort of yeah, so dot's fine, 4 is fine. 1 up, X left. I have to look forward, I might see more. So if I follow that exactly, here, over, down, over. The way it's visualized, that is 2, that's 2, that's 2. It's like 2 up, 2 over. I don't know if the space between the dashes might do that. So if it's 2, 2, 2, yeah, because it's 2, 2, 2. which then doesn't work, but then yeah, the dot doesn't work. So it's either dot or matching the 2, 2, 2. That is a good point. I think it's touching them. Could be a matter of some sort of scaling? Or if it's like 3, 3, 3? No. Yeah, like this would satisfy 1, 1, 1. It'd all be the same. 2, 2, 2. 3, 3, 3 doesn't work though. Unless I'm counting wrong. That's what I was thinking it might be, but if it's not that... Well, that just satisfied 2, but 2 was not interacting with that. Maybe it has to be... We can't do that, yeah. I think maybe you're tracing the outside of it? And you're viewing it... that... that? So you have above, below... over, down... Yeah, that doesn't work because... Yeah, that doesn't work. Makes sense. If this is saying don't go there, this is saying don't go there, then that would have to be saying don't go there, which isn't what it's saying. So it's not that simple. I feel like I'm missing something very straightforward. Well, that's kind of an interesting pair of levels. Which means that the position of that has to matter more. Well, I guess because of that. You can't interact with it, never mind. Can't do that. Do this, what is the difference? Yeah. If it's producing... It must not be recreating that because the spaces don't work, but 2, 2, down does nothing. Let's see what... Kind of... That would have made sense to me if this was it, because that would be a similar structure as this. I'm just gonna check real quick. It's not gonna help. Actually, that might help a tiny bit. If I can try to figure out what the rule is here, see if the spaces between them matter, which might change between puzzles. I'm just kind of... Oh no. No, it's all the same stuff until here. That's too much stuff to look at to try to figure out something. Because I could be looking at it too literal. Yeah. There's a chance that it's a consistent, the space is just to indicate 2 dashes. And it probably is, because all the dashes have the same space. There's no extra long dashes so far. So it's just there to indicate 2 dashes, which might mean something, but it probably does. I don't know why this is so weird. So this works, that works. This satisfies 3, which is not surprising. A line, that satisfies 3, that satisfies 3. It's more complicated with that one because it sort of makes that and that drawn. Yeah, so as long as there's only one length, that kind of helps a bit. Do I just have to draw that and then add? No. Okay. I can repeat the pattern, I guess. So this pattern, that one is functional. Okay, see how that pattern repeats. I guess an important part is that the lines sort of carry on. I was too focused, I think, on increasing the scale of one pattern instead of trying to duplicate the patterns, extend them. Yeah. For this one, that doesn't work. Line, space, line. I need one that has... Oh, actually, yeah. Is there a rule against... Yes, rule 1 is don't interact, probably. Yeah, a little more kind of easing you into the premise. Rule 2 might be very similar to the last one. Where they share the connection, so the line there, the line there. Yeah, like it's, you have to find a pattern that works with all of the conditions, which is kind of fun. This is that down. Can it be in the opposite order, or does it have to be in the order that I've just been interpreting it? It doesn't. Okay. I was thinking it always had to go sort of left, right, top, down, but if it doesn't need to do that, that helps, I think. It can be in any of the orders. And up over. It's cool. Like, that's a cool little fake out in the top corner. Though there might be another. No, there's definitely no other. There's no way to use that. Okay, did two. See, this can fit there and there. These fit. So I can go there to there, but then I'm stuck for the next one. That into that leaves me in a bad spot. The opposite leaves me there and going in the opposite direction. Yeah. I kind of like this is one where I think the rule is simple enough and it's more of the placement that's the puzzle, which I think are kind of hit or miss in terms of effect. Okay, rule 2 is obvious. Rule 1's probably just impact the squares, though it could be end at square. No. Let's make contact with all the squares. Make contact with squares, make no contact with the dashes. And then include that within your drawing. That seems... Yeah. Yeah, and it's all space. This is not combining them. This is they all fit within the same space. Is why this is here. I do like these. These are kind of cool. Actually, I guess this would work. No. Oh, because 2 is a 3. Wait. It's 2. Oh, this is 5 wide. That's why. Because that space, that, I think 2 is 3, 1 is 1, 3 is 5. So that's 3 over, 1 down. 1 over, 1 down, 1 over. Yeah. Over. Three down over. 3 down over. Interesting. Interesting because so any 3 tall, it's like over 3 over, but it could be 5 over. But I need to have an in for both directions for going down. Rules, I think, required continuous. Yes. Yeah. This is two. It's indications of that. Yes, it's more. I guess if I count it by the movements, that does make sense. Instead of viewing it in a weird other way. It's like the number of. It's not. It's 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Wait, so this would satisfy it? It would, okay. It's just that they made this 5 wide to make it look nice. So it's really the line, you know, the movement. Yeah, makes sense. But over, down, down, over. While also having over, down, down, over. Or it could be right, up, up, left. So that would work if it was positioned in a way that would work, which would just be this, wouldn't it? Because it doesn't need to be part of the shape. It just needs to include it. Up. Over, down. So you need left, up, over, 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 down. That's not it, because that's only 2 over. Oh, I guess I could just. That doesn't. I guess it's the curve at the end, combining those two. It's an interesting level. Maybe this one's disallowing. Yes, it's just interacting. Oh, it's not disallowing. Yeah, more flexible, but this might. Yeah, maybe I can't go up or down here. Where this, maybe it's only interpretable. You have to combine the two, and if they're disconnected, it's fine. Yeah, it must be you can't do those 2 in a row. I can't do 2 rights. Which I think is, it is the logical progression. Nope, that's not it. I frankly, there's too many rules here to look at. Okay, so I can't do a U. I can't do a sort of S shape. I can't do the opposite. I can't do 2 of these, and I can't do a U. So it's U, S, straight line. So I can't do that because it includes the up over up. Yes, I guess it's like something like that. I could just be more careful with the just extending the horizontals. That's a that was fine. I just think that specific level was weird. I kind of wish. No, I like how they placed it. I just think if this was if they were placed together, it'd be easier to look at. But then it'd be a different puzzle. Slightly. Okay. Hmm. That's interesting though. Because by the number of rules that exist, unless rules can have multiple steps to them, I don't think there can be a rule disallowing interacting with this. Like, this doesn't work. Or no, rule 1 is just not interacting with that. I'm getting too focused on the dotted square there. Like, just horizontal is fine. Just that's fine. Just that's fine. So following the pattern's fine. Just vertical isn't fine. 1 horizontal, 2 horizontal, 1 vertical, 2 horizontal, 1 vertical, 1 horizontal is all fine. But vertical isn't. Could it be like subtracting? Like, if it's 1, you have to have 1. No. If it's 1, you're okay with none? No. That works. Can you ignore the first and last? Yeah. It's a bit weird. So that's 2 instead of 3. 1 doesn't work, 2 doesn't work, 3 works, 4 obviously doesn't. I'm thinking it must be that you can ditch the start and end. You have to at least include the middle, but you can also include the whole thing if you can fit it. Which feels like a weird rule. It might be it. It really feels like it is. But it feels very specific. Admittedly, this one here I think does give that away. Unless there's some other... Oh yeah, no, it has to be start and end or debatable. Down, 3, 3, 3. I need another down. Hmm. 3 dash would work with 1 long. Yeah. But it doesn't if it's cutting start and end. Like it... Maybe there's a minimum length on top of that. Maybe it's some... 3, 3, 3. That's the max for that. I guess I can start indifferent. So it's not 2 counting, removing 1 from each double. Yeah. I think it's not just removing something from the extras. One, two, three, 1, 2. Well, that's 4. 1, 2. I guess I should count 1, 2, 3. The blank spaces are better to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Remove 1 and 1 that makes it fit. So I would remove 1 either from there or from there, but that's not possible. Down, up, up. Okay. I'm wondering if it's just compressing it to the space allowed. Which I guess could include there, there, there. So That's the basic. The other would involve those, which would be an over. I guess it could be that is a test that I should do. Because that's the only other option, I think, other than that shape. But this is removing, squishing it vertically? No, this is not just a vertical squish. If I count 1, 2, 3, 4, one shorter, and then one thinner. Did I count wrong? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, shorter. So let's skip that. I go over, down, down, over, over. Oh, but it could fit the up. Is it just making the shape? Oh, hello. Yeah, like it might just be replicating the shape with like trailing components. Don't matter. I mean, that has to be it. Yeah. What? The sapling? Ah, a Steam long-term early access? Neat. I've never heard of that one. Is this a containment field? It isn't. Two. Okay, where I draw it doesn't matter. Is it a space there, a space there? This would be space, space, space. And, oh, so it has to, I think, if you merge the two sets of dots, what shapes does it make? No idea. That seems like it could mean something. Like if you merge these together, it would create that shape. Merge these, it makes a dot or a... Oh, you can't do it bigger though. Now this one's bigger. Here's where it's weirder. So it shifts it over. There's that to fit with there. Then if that has an additional, I guess that works because that would be the outer bit, the corner here, the outer bit, a corner here somehow. Like I'm assuming it's like line, 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 combining those two, and then doing the same and then you're filling in the internal component. So there might be another possible solution here, but it's basically one level removed. You draw the lines with those, and then you have to fill in the space that's left behind, I think. This is 1, 2, 3 over, and then that doesn't work. One, two, three, over, up, and then it doesn't work. Oh, never mind, I'm silly. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, over, up, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, over, down. So it's just a line. No, I did it wrong. Upper and lower left on 6, 7. Were there space there, space there, space there, sort of? Yeah, that would make... That would effectively... Have they done that? No. That would just make a square, I think. Like 2, 2, 2, 2. I think would result in the same... Except it wouldn't. It could be a small square. Two right, two up, two. Two right, two up, two right, two up, two right. Oh. I mean, like drawing that? Yeah, actually, it's kind of an interesting facet about this difference, but like it is. So that's the top left piece. That's the top right, combined to make that. Then bottom left piece that doesn't need to be connected to it, I think. Oh, no, it does need to be connected. No, it doesn't. Yeah, these don't need to be connected, which means that this is weird. Maybe it's an option to connect them based on the result that I got. Like then bottom left is 2, 2 up, over up. Gives me that. But thinking about it, the way that connects with that is different, because if they don't all need to connect, is it something you can choose to have them connect or not? Which means that I could do 1, 2, 3, over, down, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. But then this connects with those and leaving me with a big square. It doesn't work. Okay, so it's not... There is something that I'm missing. Oh, wait, no, that's something that I'm missing, is that these are not that. It's that and that, separate angles. Two dash block, use the one that fits in the other. Because I don't think it's... I guess you mean like fit, fit. But then this would fit into that. If I try to draw this 1, 2, 3 up, 3 over. If I draw that, that's weird. be like that, which is definitely not it. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3, over, down. That would imply a line would work. Over, down, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Over, up, 1, 2. Yeah. So my interpretation was, you know, this is drawing that, that's drawing that. I guess if it's 1, 2, 3. Check this guy. If it's some sort of stair. Then, okay, I mean, the position probably doesn't matter. I kind of wonder if it requires... Okay. It could be that I'm not piecing it together here, but this one here just feels, by itself, with nothing else, this just feels like, okay, one of the two dashes is there, the other's there, then the top and the bottom, leaving the space in the middle. And like dash, 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 dash leaves that. This has that, that. Oh, if I look at it more like the lines, it actually might help. Yeah, I think it's piecing it back together. No, actually, if I look at it this way, before I wasn't looking at it this way, but if I'm looking at it as this is a wall, this is a wall, for this, it might be a little easier to think about for me. Like 3 walls, 3 walls, then a wall above and to the left. It doesn't really work. It's gonna have to be squished somehow, but if I view these as walls, then I can actually extend it outside of this square a little more, I think. Which then makes it harder, but then I can't draw. So 1, 2, so 3 walls, 1, 2, 3. 3 walls, then I'd have to extend out there, so that won't work. Yeah. This is the weird, these small guys are in the exact same direction as they were here. Which means it should be the same basic premise. But something would have to be... Okay. If this is the wall outside, I have to draw 4 to leave the spaces. Yes, that's a 4 by 4. Over, down. And then drawing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Over, up. Leaving me with a shape that I don't think I can draw. Yeah, like I think you can space it out. You can either space it or they can fit together, I think, with how it draws. I wonder if definitely having a piece of paper would be easier for this one. Very quick. I don't have graph paper though. I could open a spreadsheet, but that feels a little silly. 4, 4, over, down to encapsulate that space. Then underneath here, 4, 4, over, up, which would all combined, it would contain that whole space, but clearly it doesn't work because I can't draw that. So there must be another thing that I can draw. Another option. I'm assuming with the way it works, it has to be no wasted space. Like if 3 over, 3 down, then the over down, it can't then go over and then up and over up. Like I don't think I've already tried that answer, but I don't think that's a viable space because then this isn't assigned correctly. You know what? Oh, okay. If I, for my own sake, this is 5, so I want 7 spaces. Fill it blue. 1, 2. Doesn't really work. I'm not going to be showing the spreadsheet that I'm going to be looking at, but just for my own clarity on the side, I'm going to make a different way to represent it. If I draw 7 outside, then I want, yeah, the like shape that can't really be put together seemingly. Okay, so if I did, it's the 4 that I'm trying to draw. So 1, okay, this is not gonna work. A spreadsheet is not convenient for this. I wish there was more space to draw on. So unless I'm drawing it incorrectly, and there's actually a way to draw it. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, over, down. That's the combination of top left and top right. Could I combine any other way? If I combine top left with top right, I could get that, down and over, which if I ignore the top line for now, has, so that gives me the 3, 3, 1 down. Oh, actually, I don't think that can go there. Maybe it's fine over It'd be too far left, so it's definitely not possible. Because I'd have to include that shape there, which would extend it one more. And then it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, which then goes up, which would then at best be a line like that. I mean, I really think this is the rule. It has been found. This might change the interpretation of whether the rule has been found, though. Because if it's just this, that changes. No, that doesn't change the rule. It just means that these extend it. Actually, no, this does change the rule. This can be internal inside the shape. So this is the external shape. And then this makes the internal shape. Cool. Yes, it can be anything. I don't like how they organize this. I like it reflection, but it's not left to right. It's fine. Now this is the opposite. It's not the opposite, but it's just different in a way that's a problem. So it could still define something, but 3, there's a chance that this is just like crazy. So like these, you rotate them, they make the outer square. Now because of how they're flipped, I'm pretty sure they don't rotate the same. Yeah. So that can get an outer section there. My guess is that it's going to have like a zigzag of some variety. So that's that. Then if there is an extended over down singular, it could also be a spiral. Maybe of some type. Not much of a spiral though. So yeah, 3 there, 3 would leave that. Then I could extend 1, 1, so it's 4 tall. 1, 1. Then if I had that, I would add that. Then it would have path up. And then it could go up. You know what? If this won't really work because I can't really show it, but I just draw shapes for myself. 1, 2. Sorry. So I have a 4x4 space to work with. Then I need to work with one that defines at least 3 vertically, one that defines 2 that define 3 horizontally, and one that defines 3 vertically. Yeah, it has to be external. I'm assuming it can't be multiple, like I'm assuming it can't be like this guy with that guy right beside it. Because then you can't fit everything. Because yeah, then the widthwise ones won't really work. I think a U is believable of like some scale. How big the U would be, I don't know. I could see it with, if I rotate, well actually I can't rotate them, but if this and this outer, yeah, it definitely can't be that close. It would have to be wide. Oh, I mean, you're absolutely right that a sideways U is a C. And those could be, I guess, it could even be like a weird, there could be two separate, like a space here and a space here, that are their own little things because of the small guys. It's like it could also be some sort of, actually no, there can't be, because yeah, you'd have to have like that, and I don't think that's likely. But if I look at the shapes, if I had that, I don't have I have a bottom section that I could work with. I'm just thinking, so this would leave that, then a corner could go there to extend it to the bottom. Then I still have that piece that could bring it up to there. I do not have a vertical piece from that point. There is almost a piece that could go somewhere in there, but yeah, it wouldn't work because that would, this guy can't go here because that would, I think, ruin this. I'm not actually sure. There wouldn't be enough space for this guy. That can serve as a corner. Instead of drawing an internal square, it could be part of extending segments. Because with each of these, it then becomes too long. But if each of these are matched up, because this would have to match with both of those, that's why. If that matches there, if this matches here, you can get a scoop. Get a scoop, then these two make a square. A lot of things to look at. Yeah, continuous on the outside is unlikely. Continuous inside. Yeah, that doesn't work. And I don't think it would. Oh, what is the symmetry? 3, 3 over 3 would satisfy following those 3. That would need more. So one of those there, one of those there. So that marks inside, inside. I'm thinking about this too inflexibly, because then if I view the inner two as those lines, maybe? Like, if I view it as the lines, could there be some, like, more flexible space? Like, I wonder if that would satisfy those, like that line, that line, that line, that line. Like, if explicitly filling those around there would fit with the rule, or if it's not the lines that are being worked with, and that's just sort of the byproduct, or if it actually needs the space. Well, no, it doesn't need the space, because otherwise that wouldn't work. It is just the lines. Which means that there's more, I think, weird options with those than I'm expecting. Just a free level with this would be kind of interesting to look at. You have the set rules, then you can pick the components and then see how it behaves. I think this one's not my favorite. One, two, two. I'd rather get back to looking at the rules instead of trying to piece together a shape. That works. Am I drawing? The inside? Yeah, like -1, -1, -1, -2, -2, -2. Could be. Though I think that would, I guess they still have to be lines. It could be remove a number. It's not gonna be down to 1. It could be down to 1. It is just down to 1. It's a lot less painful than having to figure out a shape. Yeah, if it is minimum 1, can I... So up, over, down, down, down. No. Like up, over, down, down, down. It must just be like fully down to 1, not even just a minimum of 1. 4 rules. I think start and end on squares. Don't interact with the dots. Rule 2 and rule 4 I can't really test here. So that's something to do with the shape. Rule 4 is something shape-based. Rule 3 is not interacting with that. It's just following the shape, I think. Any number of... Oh, well, maybe not any number. No, any number of adjustments to length. Just has to match the pattern. I'm pretty sure I have to start with start and end. That's a good one. That's a good final level for that. Still don't know what rule 2 was specifically. I know rule 3 was not interacting with it. Oh, is rule 1 start, rule 2 is end? Yeah, rule 1 start, rule 2 is end. Okay. It's not one rule that is start and end. Yeah, I'm not sure what even rule 1 is, because it's not the location. Well, it could be that you... Yeah, it's not just start end in different locations or stuff. It's something a level more. Because yeah, this satisfies rule 3. I think rule 3 is the shapes. Yeah, so if it's just cover, empties, making the necessary shapes. It's not bad. Over, up, over. Yeah, kind of nice. Over, down. Over, down. Do they have to be separate? I don't think they have to be separate. That's over, up, and the right. Yeah. It's just making the correct shape. Over, up, over, and over, up. Oh, that's there. Over, up, over, up. Loop, loop. They can't. Oh, no, yeah, they can overlap. I guess it's only using the shapes as the key factor there. Over, down, down, over. See, it's not including the shapes, it's just with the shapes, but that doesn't work because then I have too much height to work with. Over, down, down, over. And that doesn't work. Do I have to start in a corner? Yes. 1, 2, 3. One. Oh, yeah. That one's weird. Makes sense, but it's 1, 2, 3, but it's all 3 combined because I don't know, that's 1 and that's 1 instead of that all being 1. Oh no. Not shapes again. Okay. It's like a whip, whip. It doesn't work because it overlaps, but it's some sort of pattern like that. But it can't have that. Could it be some... How's that gonna work? I guess... Like, it can't be that, because that just doesn't do anything. Could it be more like that, starting not in a corner? Yeah. Like, I think not starting in a corner is the correct thing for sure. Whether that's starting here or not, I'm not too sure yet. I guess if I could also start... I think that would... Yeah, that qualifies for the shapes. 4 by 1, 2 by 5. It's gonna be like in like that. I can chain into a loop around. Can I chain these together? No, I don't think I can do two of the same loops in a row. Because if I did that, well, I could loop it around itself. Which almost feels like there's something there. I can see it. Wait. Starting at the right. Oh, correct spot. Where's that gonna go? It can't go right. Can it, like, loop within itself? No. Yeah. And draw the other path. Square. Like, I guess I do need to. It is hard to follow. It's difficult to convey, but I do need to actually think that I don't need to directly fit them. I'm just gonna look at this because if I drew this, whatever, doesn't work anyway. But if I drew that, it doesn't then need to be part of the inner loop. It could be. Well, it has to be part of the inner loop. Start here. And draw that. Okay. Draw the other path. Does that even make sense? I guess, can it rotate? Or have I been drawing the wrong component? Have I been drawing the wrong element? Like, I've been treating these as the shapes, not looking at the squares within them. Where here, if I follow the squares within what I drew makes sense. Or makes a little more sense. I'm just, because if I'm following this path, I don't think this was drawable. Lower. First half. Oh, yeah, the scale. Yes, that makes sense. And then it's no longer on the inside on the end because it can rescale as much as it wants. Which makes it a totally different shape, but makes it a lot more flexible. Do, 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 do. I don't have the U. I mean, if it was only the first and second, and the third space was non-existent, this would probably have worked. But obviously. If I fit a U, I do like that. I think I'm losing my mind because these are all looking like faces now. This one doesn't look like a face, at least. I mean, I don't think seeing the faces is going crazy. It's what pareidolia and all that, but indeed. Oop, that would never work. The U, drew U. Up to, that's the U. That's over, down, over, up. And I drew another U. Yay. The faces showed me the way. Yeah, I like that one. I kind of hate that that's the U, but oh no, now it gets weird. Now it's gonna get very weird. Oh no. Oh no. It's gonna be multi-level madness again. I'm gonna have to fill the whole space, I guess? No. What's rule 1? Rule 1's fill the space? Including that, okay. Yep, and it has to be flexible. Okay, so it has to be something that can flex to different heights and widths. Where this, I don't think, is flexible enough. Does a spiral work? No, because that will add extra levels to the spiral. Kind of close, though. I mean, close to isn't good enough. It doesn't work with width. So it needs some sort of extra leeway. That isn't just that. It needs multiple levels of flexibility. Which is interesting. I probably need to think about this. I bet this could be thought about more mathematically. But I haven't done... Well, I also wouldn't want to do math, but... I think it's... I'm pretty sure it's stretch-based. Like, it's working with the stretchable shape, I believe. I don't know what other rule it could be working with. No, like it can only get longer or shorter. It has to be the same. It seems like it has to be the same pattern. Because if I could add more, it would probably be a lot easier. What other rules have I worked with though? It could just be adding extra. Stuff like that, just more kinks in the chain. That doesn't work though, because then I get stuck here. One, 7. Which is 7? Have I done 7? I'm just now gonna get distracted. I haven't. Hey. I'll get to see that. Does it even need to start? I need to think about it that way as well. I can be more flexible with the start and end points, I think. Be something more it's probably a more flexible pattern to work with. I think World 1 is, I don't remember everything from it, but like it was definitely an excellent like introduction to the whole concept. Yes, I need another shape there. I don't think I have. Yeah. It's like a vase, a pot. It's like, this isn't it, but that sort of shape. Can I do like that? It definitely doesn't work here. It's also kind of a horrifying shape. Ooh. Are there risks of the moon falling apart? I think there's one too few levels to this particular. Make the lip take up a column. Oh, like then I'm still missing. Oh, okay, I get what you mean. Yeah. Then I have to do that. Oh, I guess there's also options where this can sort of extend a whole lot further. It doesn't work here, but there's a lot of layers to this. Yeah. It's like some sort of up, over, down. It probably doesn't need to be symmetrical. So you could have this sort of start and then some sort of different ending to leave more space for other who knows what. It's probably easier to think about if it's symmetrical, so I hope it's a symmetrical solution. Yeah, it doesn't provide enough coverage. Sort of the inverse. Which I do not think will work. But filling the empty space from below. So the first vase, like that instead of some other pattern that I followed. And I changed that. Yeah, it feels close though. I guess it is just kind of like it's a 4x4, 5, 6, 5, 6. It's stress testing both dimensions, but it's only 2. If I just did this, I just want to see how the basic makes it. It struggles right away because it doesn't go far enough. It needs more give. Yeah, no, I don't know if I said it, but no moons flying into the edge roll. Because this works horizontally but struggles vertically. Any more left? I can extend a bit. That way. So it's just it might just be the number of horizontal and vertical sections that need to be accounted for. Because so there's simple ways to restrict like one or the other direction, but then filling it in needs a lot. So it needs to have like more vertical. It feels like it can be done with like two segments. Like this does the vertical, that does the horizontal. Oh wait, what did I draw? Was that basically what you had written right as I had done it? Ah, that's funny. So let's go. Ooh. Does it? I feel like I'm missing something right here. It doesn't have a vertical return to fill that segment as it gets taller. So I'm missing something with how I specifically laid it out. Do I need like that added in somehow? Yes, that's a very good point. And trying not to forget that I don't have to start in the corner. So I can go back to this for a minute. This premise, I think, is the way. Where it's one direction, the other direction, one direction, the other direction, as much as possible with it expanding. If I... No. That's not it. Because that has, I think, a lot more problems that this does not solve. Though, it being not in a corner... could help a little bit. If it had a horizontal ending. Because then that can move over as necessary. This doesn't help with the actual issue. But having a horizontal return could account for some of the variation, which also means that if I do like something a little more flexible. Can't do something like that. You can't get that. If I had a U here, it would just become that. If I had a U and I went that way. I think the same problems will arise. Not spirals. Oh. Like actually against the top. And then squiggle. Well, not squiggle then. Could be a U like that. Oh, like do the other levels? No, the other levels stay how they are, but they become failures. They don't reset, but they no longer function. I don't know. That definitely doesn't help. It does give a little bit more space, but yeah. It would be very quick. You just create it, solve, create it, solve, create it, solve. And then solve this one last, and then it'll be over. I really wish it was just as simple as that. It doesn't scale. Could there be... Yeah, I mean, what was it? 4? 4 had a similar. It was 5? Yeah, 5 where the 5 question mark was 6 and 7 were the same level. 8 and 9 were the same level, and you had to go back and forth between the 2 to make a solution that worked, or between the 4 to make a solution that worked. And they really like the recursive nightmares. I guess this is kind of not super related, but I can actually account for the shift. Yeah. Everything has to be recursive. I can like the fact if I build that there, however that is, in theory I can start the C anywhere that I can accomplish the rest of the shape. Which isn't here, but I don't think this is quite it with the rest of the pattern, but I do think the C is about where it needs to be. Because the C helps a lot with space, but then I still need something like that, but I don't think that works. Up, down. Yeah, because I can't finish that first level with that pattern. Do I just do a, like, invert that, which it would be the same as what I was doing vertically, and just accept that I can stretch it a lot more than I was trying before? No, the pot still doesn't work when it gets taller. I would need like a bend in. I need like one more step for it to be flexible. And there's just not enough space. Yeah, very, very close. You've added one moon to your planet and it's very close to the full system? Or have you added more moons? Or you don't want a bunch of moons? Loop-de-loop. Could it be this shape again? Because that might be more flexible. That might be more flexible. It's not quite. And see on the inside to then match, like, see on the inside of the, one. Okay, there's this shape. Well, this shape, there's that shape. That one doesn't work. Later. What other... Could I try more of that? I seem to have the issue with... Was it this one that I said didn't work? Like it seemed to run into issues starting... Okay, it's definitely not this shape because that's not gonna work. I think it became an issue with the more verticals. I think I ran into the same... loop there. Or if this was one further up, I could only go straight up. Yeah, it's like painfully close. There's something vertically off about it. There's enough leeway horizontally, but I guess I need another bend somewhere. There needs to be another point of flexibility. That could let like this fill in differently. Like if there's more flexibility on that end, well, it's vertical. Or if I drew it that way, I just need to be able to. I need more middle. I need more vertical options in the center. I did, that's gonna just result in the same thing. 'Cause this is not it. I'm pretty sure I've tried that. Though maybe I haven't tried it since trying to adjust. No, it has the same insufficient horizontal flexibility. Because that has to fit. There's only so far I can move. Could it be like some sort of rotational symmetry? Which this, I don't think is quite there, but like, I still need vertical up there, so I don't think that works. Maybe it does. Yeah, I think it works. I don't have enough filling for there. See, and sort of section into a wall becomes an issue. I haven't actually looked at this again since I've been thinking about it differently. I don't think this yeah, they're still the same. I guess if I started, yeah, that's why it makes a difference. If I started vertically, it wouldn't work this way because of the symmetry. Could I start from one of these and then work my way back? Could that work better? Trying to keep in mind only four movements this way, 4 movements this way. Or like changes. I'm not keeping anything in mind at all. I think that one's just kind of tough. And I will continue to lose my mind staring at it. Mm. Yes. Truly. Arrows. They're just telling me the direction to go. This is input based. As opposed to output based. I think the other one was output instead of input. Oh, the one you just suggest starting the lower left middle, going up left. I'm gonna go back and check because I'm very so lower left middle, up left, and then is it that? actually draw. I can see that flexibility. To draw it correctly though, if this is the correct starting. Ah, so it's right, down, 3 up. Okay. So it's the upwards instead of the up, left, up, right, then down, I assume, then there. I'm not tracing that. Starting at the wrong. I can't do that. It's fine. It seems like it fits a lot of the fundamental like things that are required. Oh, I'm going to start from a different spot. Mystery gray box. So I have to hit the triangles and I have to hit before and after them. If I do that, it doesn't work. So I do actually have to go in the direction. It's mainly just if I can do 4x5 and 5x4. Yes, it's not the final one. There's more behind the secret gray. Okay. So the rule is not what I thought it was. Interesting. So like, instead of this, it's another weird world. Or like that, not instead of. I don't like that. Maybe they've done this before. The fact that the dotted line goes further than the line draws bugs me more than it should. And I've never noticed it until that exact level. Very weird. Maybe it's never happened until now. I have to check. I guess because a lot of these levels don't... Oh no, they've done this before and I never noticed it. And now I'm going to notice it every time that it occurs. Why can't they both just end at the same point? Oh, yes. I think that's grounds for a terrible review, for sure. Why did I not understand this? Like, that works. That works. That? It's not a positive rule. Rule 3 is don't do something, not do something. So there's something to avoid, I think. So rule 2 is go through triangles in the correct direction. Rule 1 is hit all 3 triangles. And rule 3 is to hit all the spaces in front and behind the triangles, but then how does that not work here? Unless these triangles are at a different angle. Just H. Middle left. Is it this, but rotated 90 degrees? If it's an H? Which I think would have the same issue, so I'm not sure if that's probably not what you mean by H. Oh, like starting like there. I'm gonna hate this, sort of. These are gonna look like H's that have just been destroyed. I'm missing something in that. The width needs me to shift it one left? I don't know. It looks very close. Maybe I'm missing something. Oh, okay. So I have to like desync those somehow. Or disconnect them. Not like this, but this sort of weird shape. I think the different starting position might have made the other shape not work. I feel like I'm missing. Oh, yeah, there's the approach. Go further down. Oops, I did double H. Whoops. Oh, but then I can't go up. That's not it. I missed something there. Yes, just give more space. Oops. Yeah. Drawing it. I can see why this works based on the symmetry. The U, there's a lot of flex points. Makes a lot of sense. Then I think the drawing of this should be simpler. These are the easy ones. Wow. That is a great solution. I think I would have gone crazy trying to figure that out. But it makes sense. You get the flex points here, the flex points there, that all sort of provide enough freedom of form. Yeah, because this lets this shift side to side. This lets them shift up, down. Yeah, it's H. Okay. Bird sounds like things that are fake. Birds are not real and all that. Hi. So your system has an issue with the world lore. Ah, issues surrounding that and world building. Well, the rules that I know, I have to get, I think I have to hit spaces on both sides of the triangles, front and back. I have to interact with the triangle. And when going through the triangle, it has to be in the correct direction. Except for the fact that that doesn't work here. So I'm really not sure. Ah. And so the real world opinions kind of taint world everything. I mean, it does track, like you start here, you end here, so it could be like 1, 2, 3, 4, like counting up. The issue is I've been staring at these triangles for so long that this triangle looks like it's pointing this way, and this one that way, and this one that way. It doesn't look like left right anymore. I'm just surprised that doesn't work, but this is so easy. Seven question mark will take a while. What was 110? Yeah. Okay. So I have to do up, up, down, down, left, left, right, right. Yeah, 110 is a funny roll. Like, hey. Yeah. Well, what I can say is I, as a person, can't relate personally just because everything's weird. But assuming you chatting doesn't, like with this type of stuff, doesn't upset other people, I don't think it's bad. It might be, broadly speaking, oversharing in a context where it's just out there. Like, what I know is I, as a person, can't say anything that would be helpful because I would say I am incredibly, I think I am socially inept when it comes to casual contexts. If it's trying to keep it more professional, I can kind of do that. But yeah, like I think from my perspective, if you just want to say stuff and you don't, I would not be able to make you feel better. But if, I don't know, apparently saying stuff helps people feel better, I could, uh, if I put them in timeout, all of it will disappear and it will cease to exist. I won't do that because I would delete everything they've said, which would be silly. It's such a silly mechanism, and it wouldn't unread it from your mind. Yeah, I'm just, I don't, oh wait, there's 3 ups. I'm not paying enough attention to directions. Uh, there it is. Like, I would think that, oh no. Okay, I see what I'm supposed to think about. I have to like leave space and then come back and draw. I have to finish there, so that doesn't work. I mean, I obviously don't know full context, but like, if you just this is maybe not the correct, like if you just don't share that you've made something different, that might be fine. Now, admittedly, I avoid stuff, which is maybe not the best. Okay, that was less fun than I thought. A much less fun solution to this puzzle than I was thinking. Yeah. My advice on anything like that might be bad because I'm very prone to avoiding stuff. As opposed to, maybe necessary confrontation. Okay, I think I understand the rules. I need to be in front of the triangles, and I think I need to not enter from behind them. Yeah. Back to something that I can understand. Oh, probably. This might not work. Yes. Can I go? I probably just need to not be behind it, and that's a dead point. Oh yeah, that's actually a good test. Yeah, I have to not be behind them. Okay, that's simple. But this doesn't work. Oh, because it's behind, obviously. That's also behind. Oh, never mind. I'm silly. Yeah, must be in front. Can't be behind. By moon systems, do you mean multiple moons that like orbit each other? I wonder what the rule here is going to be. Huh? Huh? So it's not all triangles. Yes, it's just the moons around the planet. Why? So rule 1 is the hard rule. Maybe. But it looks like it has to interact with the triangles somehow. No, it doesn't. But it's not just the directions. Rule 1 might be the directions. Rule 2 is something about the interaction with the triangles. Huh? So it's not directions, necessarily. Unless it's indicating some sort of endpoint. This might be another one where I finish it without figuring out the rules. I mean, there's probably, yeah, position for sure. There's probably some term, or maybe more accurately, multiple moons orbiting one planet, probably just in the astronomical community, they just don't give it a name because it's just multiple moons orbiting a planet. Or there is a name that exists. Yeah, its positions, like rule 3, that works. This doesn't. Is it connecting the... Is it like what they're pointing at? But no, not here. Left, down, right. This one's good. This one's good. Bad. Bad. That gives a hint for sure. Something on or in front of the row of the arrows? Maybe. And then it becomes weird with these. It could also be behind. Oh, it wouldn't be behind because these two, in terms of the pointing of these arrows, I think are identical. That satisfies rule 1 for some reason, because I'm following the arrows. Is Gemini the new... Maybe not even new at all. Microsoft AI thing? That I've only heard about it because apparently there's issues with it replacing Google Assistant for very specific niche use cases for people who use voice controls or something, where it's not integrated in the same way for Chromebooks, making them unusable is something that I've seen. So rule 1 is something about following directions. Okay, I should start at the start. So from here, this works. Anything works on this one. Only specific things work here. And but it doesn't need to end there. It just needs to hit those two. It can't hit this. So, yeah. The rule here, only interacting with those. Only interacting with that. Only interact with things that are pointed at. So this is pointed at. These are pointed at. That's pointed at. That's pointed at. I respect the hint. It makes sense. Yeah, it's a very enjoyable little rule there. Like it's yeah. And it has to be, I think it does have to be in order. I've never really used any of the various AI, mostly because I don't know. I don't want to ever rely on it. Oh, that doesn't work because then that gets stuck unless that's the end point. I guess I could go down. No, that won't work. Yeah, like I could see using it in a way similar to Wikipedia, where, frankly, spreading bad information is not ideal, but using Wikipedia, then you can check the references, see what they have for information as an initial starting point sometimes can be valid, but you don't use Wikipedia for all the information because anyone can edit it. Okay, bad at drawing lines. Oh, this does not work. Like, I think the idea of it feels kind of like it shouldn't be commercially accessible just because people do trust it too much sometimes. It's a fun looking solution. It's a nice snaking path. These levels are so... Oh, wait, I skipped level 6. Whoops. Oh well. I have to interact with that. Rule 1 is interacting. Don't know what rule 2 is yet. Rule 2 has something to do with start and end points and passing through. Yeah. It's a mystery. Where's World 8? Probably... Wait, World 8 should be down here, right? There's no way World 8's up here. It probably is, because these patterns are kind of everywhere. 6 is here, 5 is here, so I bet 8 is up here. Yeah, I guess I can check stuff like that. Maybe don't go in front or behind. What is the distinction there? Do I have to start in the top left corner? I mean, I could just click everywhere on that one, but I'm not going to. it could also, it's not a shape, it's a direction thing. I have to end in the column or row that it's pointing at. Don't point at me. Like, actually, if that can start there, can these do anything different? I'm missing rule 3 for sure. Like why this works and this doesn't. Yeah. It could be pointing to a smaller area. That looks likely. Hmm? Oh, no, they're both pointing in the same direction. Like big area, small area, big area, small area. Which is why if you draw in front or behind it, it ruins it. But then it gets weirder here. Because behind, in front, that's in front, which means this has to be a bigger area than whatever you leave here. Yeah, 4, 3, 3, 1. Oh, we can't do that. Oh. Hmm. So I have to like limit this. In a different sort of way. Up, over, up. That's cool. If I understand this correctly. Yeah, that's enjoyable. It's a fun little puzzle. So it's just comparing behind with in front. So rule 1 is don't interact with the triangle. And rule 2 has something to do with front or back. No, I think it's basically, I can probably explain it. It's just the back side has to be towards a greater empty space, I think. Oh yeah. There's a lot of things to work with here. Like 3, 2, 2, 1, 3, 2, 5, 3 for both of them. Like it's just sort of, well, I guess I could view it as an alligator. Like 2 is greater than 1. Like the, I don't remember the actual term because it's a term that's probably taught in 5th or 6th grade, maybe even lower. and then I always just think of it as the alligator. They have an actual name, right? Well, it's not so much the 3x3. I think it's the entire span of space. Yes, it is the alligator. Greater than, less than. Okay, I guess there is no term. Unlike various other, like theta and all those variables that have names, it's just greater than, less than. No fun names. Okay, this is a mystery. Left side, I'm to both sides of them. Hmm. Hmm. So it's clearly not just going to the sides of them. Because that's the side, but it's behind it. The golden ratio is kind of crazy. Just everything. The fact that it's sort of a lot more relevant, or it shows up a lot. Fill in space. Fill in a space blocked by the arrows. Oh, yeah. That's what I was thinking might have been. But over, up. Oh, doesn't. Oh, but it has to be that without hitting them. Up, up, left, right, down. Up, left, up, right, down. Up, left, down. Down, right, up, left. Yeah. It is one of those kind of weirdly long-standing math factors. Well, because math. Math is everywhere. Actually, you're talking about just not that, but they're talking about the Venus-like planet. I felt like, did you want to name it something similar to Venus, or totally unrelated? Like George. You name the planet George. Right, right, right. Down, down, down. Down, right, right, down, down, right. Traeger. Probably named after a person, I would assume. Most I'm just assuming that that's the person's name, that whoever made the grills. Ah, Understand is a relaxing game. Very background. And it needs thinking, but it kind of has I want to quit. Like, come on. They couldn't have done better. Now I'm gonna notice that every time. Ooh. This is an extra layer for rule 2. Rule 1 is don't interact with the triangles. Might be edge to edge. Like, yeah. Like in a backyard, or if there's a grill, can I say that doesn't fit with a Zen garden and bonsai trees? Unless I'm picturing the wrong type of grill. Like, I think like throughout all schooling I've done, I liked math until it got to like the amount of time it takes to manually do multiple levels of derivatives and integrals and stuff. Like like third or fourth, fifth degree, none of that's fun when you have to do it by hand. Because even if everything's going smoothly, it takes like 20 minutes. Like all the space between them. But like the math side of math and the like where all of math matters. Like the implications of math are great. And the context, and I'm just trying random stuff right now. What? Just one space between them? Okay, so it is just... No, it's not just one space between them, because otherwise that would work. So there's something slightly more to it. Do you have to connect the two? And then that would work. Oh yeah, because there's one space in front max. And yeah, that obviously. Is there any other way I can test that? Not really. I guess I can test it there. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the easiest test, isn't it? Yes, it is that. One in front makes sense. So this, I need to start on a triangle, end on a space. Like rule 1, I feel is start on triangle. Oh, but it's not end on space. Yeah, I have to interact with triangles. And then end maybe... Yes, that rules out rule 2 here, which is good. Okay. It must be that if I leave a triangle, I have to leave in its direction. Yeah. even didn't work there. It has to be that I have to fill in the space 2 in front of them. Oh, maybe not just 2 in front, maybe even the end, or like everything from there to the end? No. The only thing that changed here was there was one more space to the right. Maybe you can only get it within 2 spaces? Maybe. And you always need to start with... You don't need to start with that. Is there any other weird ways that I can test this? Not really. That didn't work because I didn't move to the bottom. Yeah, so I don't know. I should view them as super boosters. But I have to go through it fully. Oh, what a weird one. There's different implications to that. Because if it's here, go to the end, then what? But you have to exit them, which means that you're starting and doing stuff like that to create your own block. Fun. Now it's a question mark. Now it's a mystery. Oh no, it moved. It moved after that. Oh no. Wait, what was it? Circle to square, but I have to hit all the triangles? It's goofy. So if I did this and then just spent all my time moving, yeah, so it keeps moving. It adds inputs in the direction, but after you hit it. Zoom. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, that's really good. Because I can't move my mouse further. Oh, if that's intentional and not just some weird interaction with full screen, that's very funny. Uh, it's gonna be like, no, it's not that. Because I can change, or is it really? No, it's not dragging this, which is gonna make it look weird. Yeah, I can't do that. It's too careful. Yeah. When I hit full screen and then dragged it wider, it obviously was made for that. I thought that would be funny though. Yeah, because the dimensions aren't correct. I might fix that. Not that I play this in windowed, but actually probably could do that and it works. Okay. So obviously not that. So, I mean, the way you spoke makes it seem like there's something that I should be able to do to make it work, or make it let me move. These changes don't carry over. Oh, I did turn that down, didn't I? But in the same location? Like if Chile rotated around its southern point so that it was sideways? And just ceased to exist. No square up here. Yeah, I'm just not thinking. Widescreen. This is not it. That's not it. That was weird. It just flickered because I was at a weird position on the cursor. Not just... Because it isn't just that, because that has the same issue. It isn't the inverse. Make it look really silly though. What? It didn't seem like it was making any progress when I just dragged it sideways, when I shrunk it vertically. I guess it's a sense of scale, actually. If I do it vertically, to that extent, it affects it a whole lot more than if I try to just stretch it horizontally. Yeah, the issue was trying to fit it by stretching sideways instead of squishing upwards with the resolution that it was going for. So like the idea crossed my mind. I was like, okay, that would make sense. Yeah, I need to do that instead of... I guess I probably could have done it this way, huh? Just accept that it would be on a different monitor and it would have been fine. Go back to full screen so that it fits properly. Okay, still checked off. Good, good, good. I don't need to recheck it off by modifying the screen size again. This has no hint. I'm gonna do this out of order. It's connecting one to the other. Oh, it might just be filling in space. Oh, I'm bad at drawing. This is world. Ah. I mean, so far, it's looking to me like, at least with this first level, the premise might just be filling in space. Do I need to even end at them? Or do I just need to make sure that I hit them? No, I have to start and end at that, but the other ones can be however they are. Oh, entirely new ground. Oh wait, that's bad. That's also bad. That's also bad. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. This might not work. Yeah, to end on that. Well, on the topic of naming planets, it's kind of not totally unrelated. Not that topic was very recent, but I mean, I'm assuming you're just referring to like Earth being called Earth. I don't know. Was the order of like naming words that? Like, was Earth called. Oh, it's so close. Yeah, was Earth called Earth before or after, like soil and whatever was called Earth? Okay, I need to think more. So I think it has to end with a path there, which means that I need to clear up like all that. But I can't do that. I think personally, these are my least favorite types of levels where it's just assuming I'm not wrong about the rule, where it's just figuring out the way to solve it, not figuring out the rules. Yeah, it's possible that there's empty spaces that could be there. It's just none of the previous ones. I don't think any of the previous ones would have hinted at that. And like, I'm pretty sure that's rule 3. Because if I fill everything clearly in the wrong order, it does rule 3. Which is where it's weird. I guess they could be empty. And they could intentionally have positioned all of this stuff so that you couldn't solve it without hitting the square, hitting them. Oh yeah, that's mean. They intentionally, I think, set up the preview. Oh, they didn't set this one up. This one's probably an opportunity. No, I don't think this one has an opportunity to learn that. You just have to try that. That's mean. Yeah, it is world. It's world. Huh. 4 rules. And they're 4 rules that are solved by clicking in one square. I have nothing I can learn on this level, probably. Start on nothing, end on nothing. Avoid square, hit circle. Okay, I guess that's what the rules were. if there's a circle, hit the circle. Weird level. Very, very weird level. So start circle, end square. That's for sure. No idea what rule 2 is. It could be the connection, but I don't think that's it. Oh. That lining up on that. And it sticks out past it. This game, it's wonderful. It's a lot of fun. These little things. These little things. Yes, my eyes wish for the end. Do I have to hit all the circles? Maybe. Maybe that's what rule 2 is. I think rule 2 is hit all the circles. But something about squares. Maybe I have to end at a specific square? No. It might not be end at square? Like, it might not be as simple as end at square. Like, I'm pretty sure... You don't want to hit square if it's not the end. I think that's true. Except no, it isn't. Alternate? Where possible? Some sort of ratio? Maybe, but then this... I guess I didn't turn at the circles, that is true. I don't have to end a square. I have to save a square. It's not only turn at them. Yeah, some sort of... Maybe spiral that ends... I think it has to end at a square. It might not be a rule that ends at square, but just... That's what they would do. This is a mean level. Where it's just that's the solution to that. Which I think this means it can't possibly be a rule if you have to turn. Because otherwise 3-6 would be impossible. Minus 3.3 to 5 out of 10. I think it's very weird. Oops. Very odd levels. Sort of spiraled a bit. Minus 3 to 5. I think it says 3 to 7. Very weird. I mean, I'm gonna check. I'm gonna see what sorts of rules they're gonna go with. That might give a hint. One of these looks like it's relating to ending at a square. One is starting at a circle. The straight line is 4. Oh, yeah. I actually fully imagine that these are all going to be completely unrelated. Number 2 was... What was number 2 again? Oh yeah, go through all the circles without interacting with the squares. Yeah. I wonder if -1 has something to do with 1, -2 has something to do with 2, -3 has something to do with 3. Where 3 was separating out types, which already that's not the case. I think 4 would be building shapes. Which feels possible. Clearly isn't super straightforward. Kind of feels like a Ninja Turtle for some reason. It's probably this looking like a mask with a smiley face or something. I don't know why. I think once I'm seeing a Ninja Turtle in a square, I probably need to stop soon. This is like a large pig. More of like a Minecraft style pig. With no nostrils and eyes. What does this tell me? 2, 2, 3, 1, 2, 2. I can't skip it. Is it sorry. Is it distance between... Can you only have one space between each of them? One space between each of them. It's like that, 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 that. But then how would I guess I just start differently? Nope, it's not one space. Unless I miscounted. Oh, yeah. 3 spaces. It's definitely not that. Well, this worked. So I guess it isn't all circles. It could be... some sort of even number. 2, 2, 4, Well, even numbers wouldn't make sense because otherwise it would have worked before. So okay. That gives those rules. That works as well. I'm reasonably confident. Rule 1, start at circle. Rule 2, end at square. Or some weird thing that ends up with the same, that being a component of the rule. Because that's that. And there's something about, oh, only needing X number. Is it just an even number? Is it just 4? 2 or 4? And it's not. No idea. Though this does look like eyes and an ear and absolutely nothing. Why does that... Is it even number of blank spaces? No. 1, 2, 3, 3 after. It might be ignoring the starting point, 3 blanks and 3 shapes? No. It is definitely a pathing. It might not even be pathing. Like direction of pathing as much as like amount, which is not phrasing that very well. So like test would be 1, 3, and then I can't do 1, which is why it would have to be 1, 1 the whole way. But it isn't just that. Because if it's equal, then there's no reason that it wouldn't be able to extend longer. There's some sort of restrictor, I'm assuming, on the count as opposed to the shape. It could be shape and it could be shape and something else. That works. Is there any other weird shapes that I think I could try? So that works, and that works. The difference being up then across versus this. I don't know. So from the beginning, 1, 2, there's 3 spaces. It's pathing like that. It has to be the count. Maybe 3 total? And this does have 3 total, that does have... Yeah, it must be just 3 total. I guess overthinking it makes it harder, but I don't like 3 total being the primary factor there. I was wondering if this would indicate number of shift, but no. Oh, like specifically one? It might not even be adjacent. It might just be one blank per triangle at all. But no, it does have to be connected at least. So connected blank. That might be relatable to zone 4, kind of. That was counting, which isn't really the same as zone 3. I don't think it's related. So that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Direct lines do work. That's 4, that's 2. Trying to see if there's a way to get everything, but I don't think there is. So going back to the start. Clicking nothing gets rule 4. Clicking the same one. So I think rule 1 is probably start at the symbol. Rule 2 is end at the symbol. Rule 4 is something to do with the spaces and connections. And rule 3 is a mystery. Rule 3 might be to interact with all of them. Can I get 3 without 1 and 2? Yeah, I can get 3 without 1 and 2, but I get 4. And that's just 3. Yeah, I think 3 has to be interact with all the spaces. Or all the shapes. It might be all about the number of open spaces for rule 4. That's 2, that's not it. Because it end the right place as well, but like not repeating shapes. Then that would sort of, I think that would qualify as a repeat. It's not just empty spaces. It's like the idea of like, if I did this path, I can't do that path, but I could do that path. Somehow that qualified for number 4. Where that didn't. Why is that number 4? Obviously, rule number 3 makes sense. It's not spaces around them. It would be pretty funny if it was just symmetry, but then this would work, I think. Oh, I was about to say this would work if it was about symmetry, and then I assumed it wouldn't work. But it did. It could be... some sort of... That counts as rule 4. Everything's burning. Odd number of turns. 1, 2. Wow, that's 3 turns. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe. 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns, 4 turns, 5 turns. No, unless I don't know how to count. It's not just odd turns. Surface of a planet being red hot is a funny picture, because it could either, presumably that means that it's just beyond a certain temperature, which the implication would vary a lot depending on what material it's made out of. I mean, it works. But I don't know why that worked. Don't know why. Intuition magic worked, but I don't know what the rule is. Like, there's something about the style of drawing these shapes that makes sense. It has to have something to do with symmetry, right? Maybe different. But then this is 0 and 0. Maybe one has to have more than the rest combined. So like 2, 1, this one's fine. 3, 0, it wins. 2, 0. I mean, seas of lava are safe. You know, nothing can grow there. Nothing can die if nothing can live. 1, 2, 3, 2. So it's not just that. Like, there's something... It really feels like it could be symmetry. That was not what I wanted to draw. That works. So it's not symmetry. The fact that this works makes it even more confusing. That doesn't, which none of it makes sense because I don't know what the solution is. And that also works. I hope not. I really hope it doesn't, because I will not be able to deal with that. Okay, I think I understand this one. It's hyper restricted. Only draw around the shapes. I think. Like, rule 1s don't interact with those. Rule 2 is only draw around them. I have to, must be starting and ending in those, right? But it could also be like start, drive by there. Oh yeah, it might not be surround everything, but it's definitely, you can only draw in those spaces. I was assuming that rule 1 was don't draw on that, but it isn't. Rule 2 is definitely. I'm fairly confident that rule 1 has to be drawing within like the, like, I'm gonna use the, it's on my mind, so it's like the reach of them, the 5-foot reach, so that you're within attack range of all of the stars. You have to stay there. But it doesn't seem to specify. It might be that you're able to do that. It is. Oh, I should have started there. I'm assuming I want 2 stars. No, I don't need 2 stars. It has to be that all the spaces, maybe not all, maybe it requires unfilled in ones, need all the spaces around them filled in, but if you fill them in, you don't need that. No, because then it would be, that would solve that. I'm uncertain about the specific rule. I get the general gist of the rules though. Yeah, but then these 2 star, I guess they don't count other stars as empty spaces. The stars count as filled in spaces, probably. I think that's the important factor that I was not thinking about. I'm just looking at the fact that I haven't filled them in, but there is something there. It's not empty. So it's not start. Yes, I can start. I don't need to start, add a star. That got the rules correct. Yeah, I'm wondering if 1 is like, if it's able to be like capture all the stars, like highest to lowest, or if there's a specific order to it. Or maybe rule 2 would be the highest to lowest connection rule. Because it looks like it has to be this one, then this one for rule 2. It doesn't need to start or end at the stars though. But it's not just that. It could be left to right, but it's not. Like reading order would have been that, I think. Like this to this to this to this. Like I think top down takes priority over left to right most of the time. rule 1 has to be interacting with all the stars. I don't think there's any other option. And rule 2 is the order that you interact with them, probably. Okay, reading order looks right until you get here. Maybe you have to like obey the reading order with how you draw the lines. I think, yeah, it can't be reading order looking at this though. If it's top to bottom reading order, not left to right. Because if it's purely left to right, then it's straightforward. Because top to bottom wouldn't work here. Left to right, I guess, yeah, top to bottom can't work if it's also left to right. If it's not left to right, then it still doesn't work. So it can't be that. But I think it has to only be the order. I can't see it having anything to do with the rest of the line, because you can just draw whatever you want and it seems totally fine. What's the common top left? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. It draws like that. That satisfied rule 2, which was the more annoying one. So does that, never mind. Yeah, it has nothing to, it has everything to do with the stars and linking them, and not, I think, the empty space around them is the big factor. Two, 3, 4, 8. So not a nice progression. I wonder if this says anything. Yeah. Oh yeah. It is the... Oh wait, I have to actually start the right one. Yeah, it looks very flexible. It doesn't seem like a length. Yeah, I can go back. You do make a good point. I can go back to 7-2. I hope it's not... Well, no, it isn't, because it wouldn't make sense with this path. It just crossed my mind that they could try to make a like constellation one, and that would be an awful one, except for Orion's belt, which would just be that. That satisfies rule 2. See, rule 2 is something about... Yeah, like it's happy no matter rule 2's happy no matter what I do, as long as I don't hit the last star. Out to in. Out to in. Nope. No, that is in. Because corners would be further out than edges. That doesn't seem possible. Hitting all three corners without hitting the center edges doesn't seem doable. But that might be it. This is happy because it's the furthest from the center than the second. But then if I hit... No, it isn't that then. Okay. It can't be because otherwise that wouldn't have continued to work. Okay. Hmm. 3 stars fail? What do you mean by 3 stars fail? Like the one with the 3 stars here? There's a lot of ways to make this one fail. Pass with 3 stars for this one. Right there. That failed. The fact that this and this are different, top left and bottom right are different, means something. Is it just an out to in spiral? It is just an out to in spiral, isn't it? Starting at there? No, but then this one doesn't work. It's very close to that. It has to, on some level, it has to be relating to like a spiral like this. So this fails, this works, which means maybe it's that. That gets that. That works. That works. That doesn't. I mean, the fact that these solutions can be spirals I think is important. But the fact that that doesn't work where this one does is an element that's important to consider, where there's some sort of prioritization to the left, I guess, except for this one. it is left. That's different. That's symmetrical, that works. Is there anything else I can try here that would verify more? That works as well. Which means that it is some, it's some factor of the stars in the level that must dictate where you can start. Seven, 3? No, doesn't seem like it. There might be another pattern to it that could work backwards, but it doesn't look like it can be. It has to be one of the... And this works, but it's something like... Maybe it's like different. No, it has to be the order that those have to. The symmetry, yeah, the symmetry there. Like maybe that's a pair, and I should look at it that way. I am pretty sure, yeah. The fact that that exists means it's not dictated just by specific pairs. Oh. Welcome back. Were you busy with your plants or just otherwise occupied? Ah. Many people makes a party. Huh. Equal distance from center, order, yeah. But then there's some other level, I think, that differentiates stuff here. I haven't seen... Oh, when was the... I guess I have cousins that live in the same city that I've seen. Well, I don't really see them that regularly, but I hear them occasionally. Oh yeah, like center might be some other, like, center of mass function. Like, okay, this one, 2 up to there. The center of those would be somewhere here, weighted, it's somewhere... Like, those would center there. Those would all center here, but then these would center slightly up here. It's like some sort of that. Or some unknown center that you have to piece together somehow. Imagine calculating the center of mass for something like this. Apparently, for like determining the center of the United States of America, the like oldest way, most common way, one way to find it was to make a cutout of the country and then find the balance point, and then that was treated as the center. I mean, it was apparently pretty accurate because, I mean, math makes sense as long as it's appropriately, you know, moment arms and everything. Yeah. We're like calculating it by actually calculating it would take a lot of it would take a lot more work than just making an accurate cutout. Of course, then things like Hawaii and I was going to say Australia. It's not Australia, but I'm blanking on the name of Alaska. Then stuff like Hawaii and Alaska make it weird. You can make an effectively similar one connected without it being an issue, but like actually like simulating it or calculating it by hand would be really rough. So if I treat like this as a center, then it would approach. If this was a center there, if this was the center, that, and then it would be replicating the other side. That says something. That is bad, 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 good, bad, good, 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 bad, good, good. That, I don't like that. It's the opposite of what I thought it was. That was center to out instead of out to center. There has to be something that isn't just check each one. Like, that's bad, that's bad, that's, oh wait, no, I can go by audio. Bad, good, good, bad, good. So those can go in that order, I think. Bad, good, good, good. So that can't go to there. So that can go like that. I don't like that solution that I got. I don't get it though. It really isn't solving the puzzle. It's just seeing what happens. I mean, that does look, it is a nice cube there. Maybe that means something. I just don't see the connecting path between these. Unless there's some sort of arbitrary center, and then you have to, but then if this was a center and you're making your way out from it, you wouldn't do this. Clockwise, counterclockwise. I really don't get this one. I don't enjoy how I solved it, but it was a collapse. There's one rule. How is this gonna... Oh no. Odd number of things filled up? No. This is a mean level. So that's just 3, 6, 12, 2. I mean, it's 3 wide, 3 wide, 3 wide, 3 tall. This is 1 tall. Oh no. And 3 doesn't work here. Yes. There's nothing to work with. I'm gonna go to the last one and see if I can solve it. Second last one. Wait, no, that was the last one. So easy. I'm never coming back. I have no idea. My guess was odd number, but clearly it isn't. Four by is 20 squares. Could it have something to do with the number of the level? No. Is it? It's not the shape. It has to be the amount, I'm thinking. It could be the shape. It just doesn't need to be top or bottom. It can be left, right. I am confused. If it's even, maybe it's still everything? No. Huh. There is a pattern to these levels. I just don't know what it is. Yeah, but like full or half. It isn't just full or half, seemingly. There has to be some other third. Is it like top half rounded down? So something about the top half or all of it. But not all of it. What? It's not even top half. Maybe? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 by 4. Yeah. You can't even try. Well, I finished it. This is just 3. This is 6. I guess like 6 is 6. Could it be somehow 12, 2, 3, 4. I mean, 2, 3, and 4 can all get to 12. 3, 6 can fit into 12. 6, 8, 36. 6 times 6. 8 times... Nope. 8 wouldn't fit in 36. Be 32. 24. Yeah, it has to be like multiply. Yeah, it only works on fulfill. Like something about multiples of 3 and 6 and 2, except for this 12, 6, 8. 8 doesn't work. 8 doesn't work with 3s and 6s. That one is a mystery. And this one builds on the mystery. Which is worrying. Okay, let's see if I can finish this on the first try again. Good. I'm glad that wasn't it. I'm very glad that's not solved, so there is more to do. Oh, yes. I think the previous one might, but there's a chance that I can figure this one out and then go back and figure out what the rule was with the other one. So I'm going to look at this for a minute. And by look at, I mean draw shapes, see what happens. Yeah, none of those work. Fully drawn. That doesn't work. That only works. Yeah. Like 3 divided by... Divide it into thirds. I already tried that. 6, 4. I'm on a count. Maybe 3? 3? It's gonna be 1 vertical, 2 vertical, 3 vertical. But then it doesn't work with 4. Five is not a nice number for a 3 by 3 square. Did this one have to be this path? Yeah. I don't think path... Okay, so here to here, here to here, here to here, here to there. Yeah, so path doesn't matter there. This one can be anywhere. And it can work with 3, so it doesn't need to be straight. But it can't be a cross? No, it can be a cross. 6, 3, 6, 3, 4, 3. 3, 6, 3, 4, 6. Yeah, it's definitely just a number. This is not the way to solve a puzzle. That worked. What? I thought I tried that. That would have been the first thing I tried. 3, 4. I do not get it. 7, 6. That was actually just bad drawing. 4, 6. Yeah. 4 works here. 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. 4 by 2. Could it be adding 2 and like 6 and 4 is 10? Nope. Five. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it's not 5 turns. Oh yeah, it's not angle based. 3. 6, but 24. 3 would be pretty close. Yeah. I don't get it. I really don't. I have no idea. Maybe it's, if it's a reversal, if I look at 7, maybe that will give me something. 7 is the top 2, top, not bottom, top, not the rest, top, full on 3, only the left. That was a 3x4, 3x4. Yeah, they seem like they must be the reverse somehow. But then how are they the reverse and this still applies? That's the big nothing to it. Okay. 4x6. 3x6. 4x7. 4x8. 4x9. And then it's like wider and then taller and then wider and then taller and then wider and then taller. Or taller, wider, smush, bigger, bigger. Nope, it's definitely not wider than taller. At least not consistently. Yeah. Yeah, I can agree on the -9, 9. It's, there's probably some incredibly clever rule behind this, is my assumption. That's half. 24 is half for some reason. A quarter, all, quarter, half. If this was 3/4, then maybe it would make sense, but it isn't. I'm just really, maybe this was supposed to be that. Oh, yeah, okay, that's what that was probably supposed to be, half. Like, any shape works, but just visually, I assume the intended solution is that. Okay. Like, it's, the thing is that they're all nice looking so far. It's like a full space, one line, half, full. I'm bad at clicking. Half. This one isn't though, so clearly it's not that. I'm going to take my mind off of this and melt my brain in a different way. Only it's worse. It's definitely worse. I'm gone. Large to small, maybe? Or maybe it's like shifting gradually. Okay, this is a 5 by 6. Oh no. It's definitely relative to previous puzzles. Yeah. Okay, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20 spaces taken up. Good test. No. At least not with the same solution that was listed here. 20 spaces to do that. Maybe I need to... Oh no, it wouldn't just be the number, because then this would never work. What I'm worried about is that this might be building off of the previous ones. This has actual rules, so this one can only be building off of 8 or 9. Yeah, meta numbers. One line, like one internal line. 2 lines. Okay, why does this work? I mean, 1, 2, 3, but then that's not 1. So this one, it has to be that this is the shape that's necessary here. I'm bad at drawing. I feel like... Changing the mode, or like the name of the application. Oh, imagine if the name changed from understand to like 3 right, 1 down, 4 left. If I hovered over it, it doesn't. It still says understand, but I could imagine it. Is it the shape or is it the location? It's the shape, at least for now. It's the number, I think. Because that's 20 squares. Okay, so just quick. 1 has 20 here. 3 has 5 there. 3 was separating objects from one another. This one was filling in spaces, so it's not that. 120. 20 doesn't divide by 3 to get 5. 15 does, so that's not it. $19, $18, $17, $16. I don't know how to draw lines. Might have missed one, and that would have been bad. I don't think it's that simple, so I don't think guess and checking that way will do anything. Three, it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, but 1. I can't see it as anything but the number of tiles. Now, it could be the opposite. It could be the number that aren't shaded in. $100 $80. So 80 tiles not shaded in. Maybe 40 not shaded in. I don't think this is it. Because it wouldn't make any sense here. 7 and 5. If it was division of area, it would be 4. Three by 4. 5 by 6, 30. 12, 30. It's not just numbers because, yeah, it's been something from stage number. Oh, but this one seems to be a counting solution as well. Where this needs 20 and the shape doesn't matter. I think I checked that. I just think this is connecting shapes correctly. Cat running from a cat, not running from you. Or they're pretending. They're pretending to be running from the cat. I guess counting things. Yeah, 4. I don't know what world. Okay, how many? I forgot that that's how to close the game. Good thing this game loads quickly. This goes up to 7. Which might not be a coincidence. But how? It wouldn't have directions though. That wouldn't make sense. Hopefully they weren't fighting too aggressively. Yeah, like, the only thing I could think is, like, if it is world numbers, you unlock this by working through world 7. It's like, that supports the idea that it could be the world numbers. Yeah. It was fun. Have a nice night. I probably should stop soon because I will go crazy, like, trying to solve this as well. Ooh. Yeah, 4 and 6 are skippable. And everything there. I think there's a chance that there's some. If I understood 8, maybe it would make sense. I don't love the world. I think the other worlds that I've done, I preferred a whole lot more. It's definitely a bit with. It's too flexible. It's not. Like, it's a mishmash, which I think is fine, but like, these built on one another. These are just sort of pulling from nothing. They're all their own contained ones, and then they have contained ones that have one rule. It makes it a lot harder. But I think it is the weakest world so far. I haven't, finished this area, but they are just puzzles that exist. And maybe there's some, like, moment of brilliance that can solve it. Like, maybe there's some, like, specific bit of logic and then it all fits together and makes sense. I don't assume that that's the case, but it's possible. But that might be a problem by itself. The fact that you need that one specific point of view to understand it. I think it was kind of interesting as a world, but yeah, not the best. But I should stop. I will. It is late, and I would just keep staring at this puzzle for a long time and then move on, and then it's all pointless. Either way, I should stop. I might play this again next week. I really don't know. Either I play this again. I'm considering Polybridge because that's a fun game. Ironically, I have Polybridge 1 and 3, but not 2. I don't know why I don't have 2, or why I have 3 and 1 but not 2. Those are fun because those don't have one correct solution. So it's more like try stuff, mess around, a little bit more of a janky potential solutions are available, which will be fun if I try it instead of just this. Line lift. That looks... So they move around, then you draw lines to solve the puzzle. That actually seems kind of similar to some of the puzzles in this game, where it's judging the connection points at each of the squares, or corners of squares and stuff. That's kind of cool. I should track that at the very least. But if it's more an expansion on that, that could be cool. Yeah, there's other totally different games that I want to play at some point, but not. I want to keep Saturday for kind of relaxing puzzly games. And by Saturday I mean Sunday. My mind is asleep, but not really. It's just filled with the puzzle melting my brain, which means I guess my head's not my head's empty. Everything's leaked out. Actually, there's a game that's not puzzles, but there's like Ember Ward or Ember Word. I'm not actually sure how they want to phrase it, but weird Tetris tower defense, which isn't really puzzles either. But yeah, I'll stop. I'll be back. Hope everyone has a nice night, day, morning, week, etc. Bye bye. I really wish this game had sound in the background, but I understand why it doesn't.